both the same. Hello, everybody, and welcome volleyball fans to the Rider Roundup pregame show. Tonight, we're gonna first look at a recap for the JV and sophomore games.
The JV game went to 3 sets. Roosevelt won 2-1.
And it ended with 2 straight Casey Monker aces. The Rough Riders were down 8-0 in the start of that third set, came back, brought it to extra points, and won that.
And then the sophomore game went also to 3 sets, 2-1. Roosevelt wins that one as well.
Tonight is a big night here at Roosevelt. It is senior night.
Senior night for Eliza Bowers and Hayden Metz. Of course, this being one of the younger teams in the conference. Eliza Bowers is a player, middle hitter. She's had an up and down season, but she's averaged almost 8 kills, I feel like.
She's up there, especially with those kills, and she gets up in that front row to block.
Jill, hopefully he's looking to have a game tonight. Hayden Metz is a senior student manager. She played each year until this year.
Yes, it is senior night, but even more, we're going to talk about another player, Zoe Huseman. Zoe Huseman has been a big player so far this year for the Rough Riders. Why do you think she's been a big part of this team?
I mean, she has that mentality for one. You can be as good as she is, especially with her strength, her saves, her serving ability. She does all of that, but she has a mentality to go out there and win.
Yes, and I don't know the stat for sure, but it feels like she's getting roughly about 20 kills per game.
Yeah.
15 to 20. She's definitely up there.
She definitely is up there. I mean, you look at those big wins against O'Gorman and Washington. She had 20 kills in both of those.
Again, kind of just a recap of our huge season here with this very young team. We've had wins against O'Gorman, where we won in 5 sets, and Washington, the first time we played them, we beat them in 5 sets. But then our last game last week against Lincoln, we won in 3 sets and won that fairly quick. I was watching that game, and that game just was a very well-rounded game for everybody on the team.
I mean, this team slowly improved, of course. We look at this team and how they bonded. They're really young. We only have one senior, like we said, and don't include the manager.
Yes, they're a very young team. They've bonded fairly quick compared to some of the other younger teams that I've seen. They've bonded since the first day that they've practiced together. You can especially see their big bond come to part in especially that game against O'Gorman.
I mean, yeah, in those must-win situations, that's when you bond the most. Though it might be a bit rough at the start. I mean, it's come all together for up and downs. We're currently ranked number 9, 13-14.
And we tonight, just kind of looking at who we were playing the number 10 seed, or the 10th seed Aberdeen Central, who has a record of 12-11. This is sadly the first or the last game of the regular season, but at the moment we are looking to be ranked 9th in the final standings, which means we would go out and play Rapid City Stevens in Rapid. At this point in time, these Rough Riders are just trying to win here and hoping that Stevens can maybe lose out so we can host the playoff games. What would you rather have us do, host or go to?
I mean, hosting would definitely be a big boost. Going out to Rapid with all that, even though you aren't flying out there, that jet lag really affects you. That 1 hour difference you lose with mountain time. And that's
kind of back with some of these players. We have lots of big players on this team, especially, again, Eliza Bowers, Zoe Huseman, Avery Goebel is even up there. Kate Wiebesek with her little tip over. What do you think about that skill that she showed all season?
I mean, that's what you definitely learn as a setter. I mean, they planned her just set, and they've played her off a lot, just judging on her fight. 5'6", one of the short people out there, and then she makes them regret that by just tipping it over. I mean, that's how she gets her quick kills.
She tries to get up there. She does spike it sometimes, but that doesn't work out as her fairly well-rounded set and tip over that gets every team caught off guard. What do you think some of the biggest struggles this Roosevelt team has had through the season?
I mean, I think one of the biggest struggles we've had this year is just judging that out of bounds line. I mean, that's the biggest problem for all these teams.
I feel, again, that's kind of for all these teams. That back line and those sidelines are hard to see when everything is going on at once and everybody's under that pressure.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what all of them experience. It's just that one problem that everyone has is just
And
Judging, I mean, we've seen that with Gorman. We've seen that with Washington.
every team that has come here has kind of had that struggle of judging that back line and those sidelines even.
And I feel like it's a lot better with this new core. I mean, this is the first season of it. Last year it was just a yellow line. It's kind of hard to see.
Yeah, this year that black line is definitely helpful.
And I mean, it's definitely going to affect people. New court. I mean,
And
looking in the early part of the years, we had some problems with just keeping it.
diving and making sure you knew how the floor worked. We've also had lots of huge improvements as a team and bonding, like we've said earlier. They've played very well with each other. If somebody does something that they didn't want to, they quickly apologize. We see this very well in Zoe Huseman.
I mean, yeah, Zoe Huseman, the one who leads this team, definitely a leader, definitely looking forward to her senior year, how much she improves through this off season.
And now if we're going to just take a look at this Aberdeen Central Golden Eagles team, they have 4 seniors and also an 8th grader that may play or even just sit bench.
Well, even then, being an 8th grader sitting bench for your team, for your varsity team, even though it's Aberdeen, that's very impressive. I mean, she's already 6 foot. She is tied for the tallest player on this Aberdeen Central team.
That could be a huge part here, especially both these teams kind of dealing with maybe just a little bit of height.
Yeah.
Aberdeen has that big height advantage, though. So I'm surprised with looking at the starting lineups, which we'll hear in a little bit, that Ella Johnson isn't starting just because of her height at 6'3".
I mean, you can definitely use Ella Johnson to her advantage. Of course, Avery Goebel is going to be your tallest person on the court for a majority of this game. Ella Johnson's been out of the rotation for a while, was replaced with Izzy Brinkman after the Mitchell game.
And Brinkman, I think, is coming back in this game, if I can remember the starting lineups that I saw earlier.
I mean, yeah, Brinkman is definitely a great defensive player, definitely what Roosevelt needed. Some of these sets got a bit too close, and Brinkman's just a reliable
server and everything.
Player. I mean, that's why she got moved up.
Yeah, just kind of going again with why players moving up and down. Avery Allenstein has been up and down between all these teams, but every time she's up, she may have those struggles, but she always comes back with a strong game to prove that she should belong on this team. Yeah. That is why she is still here and up here, and will probably stay here till she graduates.
I mean, Avery Allenstein might have had a bit of... I mean, she's the one wearing the knee brace. She might have a bit of a knee problem.
I know she was injured last year for sure, and I think she made like a national volleyball team and couldn't play because she had hurt. I think she tore her ACL, if I remember talking to someone about that.
I mean, yeah, that would be a big problem. ACL tears hurt you in any sport, and besides hockey. I mean, you need it to move.
And yeah, with it not moving is very hard for anything. Like, she can't even wear a knee pad on that side. So you have to think she is just diving on her bare knee and that brace.
I mean, that brace can help as much as possible. It's not going to be as much as those knee pads give. I mean, volleyball is one of the worst sports for your knees. I couldn't imagine playing with how bad mine are.
Yeah. Just some other things here is... We've seen ups and downs between this Rough Riders team, like we've said a couple times. But I feel like they're at their peak right now and have been at their peak, have hit that peak. Just they hit some tough teams, and especially with some of the tournaments they've been in, hit some of those tough teams that have brought them down maybe just a little bit. But I think all that stuff together that they've been doing is bonding them really well compared to some of these other Sioux Falls teams where I don't think they're doing as much tournaments and is not... I feel like Roosevelt is one of the closest teams for being so widespread in age.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Vanderwall definitely helped this team bond. Like, 2 tournaments this year at Lakeview, and I believe checking our... Oh, I mean, we don't have... it was 2 Minnesota tournaments. I mean, that definitely helps you bond. The highest... They've been above 500. Right now, they're below it, but looking to go back barely at 500.
And not just Kevin Vanderwall, but... Haley Melham, Travis Miller, Sam Flynn, Kelsey Buke-Miller, and Carissa Weems, all those coaches have been there to help, and even all the teachers here at this school are around to help help all these Rough Riders become a team and work together.
I mean, yes, of course. Off season's going to matter a lot for this team too. We're only going to lose one player in Eliza Bowers, so it's definitely have room to grow and contend for a championship next year if all people stay.
And yes, this has been a very impressive season for our young team. They're hoping to keep overcoming hurdles as they keep on going for sure. What do you think the biggest hurdle they've overcome so far this season is?
I feel like their biggest hurdles are age. I mean, you don't have any mentor players besides Eliza Bowers. So much mentorship can only go around.
Yeah, and again with that mentorship, I think Eliza Bowers and Zoe Huseman are up there with their mentorship because I feel like Zoe Huseman does a lot for this team, and Eliza Bowers just having the age just shows everybody that you can do it, like you're there.
I mean, yeah, Zoe Huseman, one of the smart, she was up there for smarts too. I mean, I see her going around in accelerated classrooms at least grades above what you're supposed to be at for your age. I mean, she has that experience just mentally too. Like I said, mentality's a big thing. I mean, can't let your emotions overcome you. And we'll be back once the national anthem has concluded.
Yes, thank you everybody for listening to this pregame show. We are going to go to a senior night introduction for the seniors here, or the national anthem first, and we'll be right back. We'll be back after the national anthem.
Your hard work, effort, and commitment are appreciated by your teammates, your coaches, your school, and everybody involved with this program. Ladies and gentlemen, let's meet our 2022 seniors and their parents. Number 3, Eliza Bowers. Manager, Hayden Metz, daughter of Douglas and Kylie Metz. Roosevelt High School Volleyball program would once again like to thank these athletes and their parents for all they have done for the program. We greatly appreciate all that you do. Thank you. Now, Roosevelt Volleyball would also like to take this time to acknowledge and honor the Aberdeen Central senior players. This year, the seniors for the Golden Eagles include number 2, Anna Malchow. Number 8, Lee Goff. Number 16, Maddie Aldridge. And number 32, Sydney Evans. We want to wish you each the best during your senior year. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Roosevelt High School Volleyball. Tonight, we welcome the team and fans of the Golden Eagles from Aberdeen Central High School. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you please rise, remove your cap or hat, and pay honor to America with the performance of our national anthem. Please observe proper flag etiquette by standing at attention and placing your right hand over your heart. All veterans and outer uniformed military personnel may salute the flag as our national anthem is performed. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Julie Overman and Haley Streety. These officials are registered by the South Dakota High School Activities Association. They have worked hard to learn the rules and apply them fairly. We request that you respect their honest efforts in administering this contest. And now, introducing the starting lineups. First for your visiting team, the Aberdeen Central Golden Eagles. Number 1, a 5'5" junior, Ailey Waldo. Number 2, a 5'4" senior, Anna Malta. Number 11, a 6-foot junior, Grace Cook. Number 15, a 5'7" junior, Madison Miller. Number 16, a 5'9" senior, Maddie Aldrich. Number 19, a 6-foot junior, Ashley Wangler. Number 20, a 6-foot junior, Taryn Neiman. Number 32, a 5'4" senior, Sydney Evans. Assistant coaches for the Golden Eagles are Seth Bailey, Maya Malchow, Kaylee Nicholson, and Maya Bergen. The head coach for the Golden Eagles, Jackie Vinenagel. And now, your Roosevelt Rough Riders. And the hitter, a 6-foot senior, number 3, Eliza. At center, a 5'6" sophomore, number 4, Jane Wiesek. And outside hitter, a 5'8" sophomore, number 7, Izzy Brinkman. And outside hitter, a 5'9" sophomore, number 9, Haley Davidson. And middle hitter, a 6'1" junior, number 14, Avery Stumble. And outside hitter, a 5'10" junior, number 17, Noe Hughes. And hitter, a 5'6" sophomore, number 32, Katie Locher. Assistant coaches for the Riders are Haley Mellon, Travis Miller, and Sam Flynn. Volunteer coaches, Kelsey Buckmiller and Chris Weems. The head coach for the Riders, Susan Vanderwall. Let's play Rider Volleyball.
Welcome to Roosevelt Volleyball here versus Aberdeen Central. Avery Gold was going to kick us off in this first set. Both evenly matched teams here.
That's going to be a block by Eliza Bowers for a point. That is going to be a block here for the senior on senior night. She gets the first kill of the night.
Avery Gold was going to be back serve once again. Like you said, it is senior night here at Roosevelt High School.
And you heard us talk a lot about it here in the pregame show. If you were here, it is going to be a net violation on the Rough Riders, point to the Eagles.
And we're going to get some substitutions here, and it's going to be number 1, Waldo, back to serve. Whereas these are both evenly stacked teams. Both of their JV and sophomore games went to 3 sets. So this
Izzy Brinkman with a kill.
Sophomore Brinkman showing her skills off. This is why she got moved up here.
And we're going to get our first block for Bagel from Eliza Bowers. 1/6 of the way here. Brinkman is now back to serve.
Brinkman's
Almost gets an ace.
Brinkman's looking to have a good game tonight, and that's going to be out of bounds.
Point for the Rough Riders. It went out of bounds. It came around the net. It's going to be a 3-1 lead here for the Rough Riders in this first set.
Brinkman's going to be back to serve once again. She's looking for that ace that she almost got last serve.
It's going to go to the same spot, and she
will get it. But that'll be an ace on the stat line.
We'll see if they count that one as an ace or not. I don't think they will because of the 2 hits.
And she's still going to be looking for that first ace. Good play there, but does not count. Brinkman's already having good serving. Now she hits the net.
It is 4-0 here. Rough Riders leading. If we kind of look back again, both the JV and sophomore game went to 3 sets, and the last time we saw this at home against Jefferson. Against Jefferson. This game, the varsity game, went to 5 sets. So we'll see if that continues.
Shows you how well developed these teams are. That's going to hit the net.
A serve by
Sawyer Ball, I believe. And it's going to be Kaylee Evenson back to serve for the first time tonight. Evenson, one of the better players here for the Roosevelt team.
Only a sophomore still. Serve is up. It's going to be a free ball. Huseman's going to go to Wiebesek. Wiebesek's going to get up. Back to Huseman. Huseman's spike gets blocked. That is a block for the Eagles and point as well.
That was a good play there by the Eagles to get that block on Zoe Huseman. Of course, every team coming into these games is how can we stop Zoe Huseman?
Just because of her strong arm, and it's her and Bowers for sure. Get the ball a lot. That is going to be an ace for the Eagles.
Eagles get the first ace tonight. That's going to be number 11, Grace Cook.
There's nothing they really could have done about that one. It just hit off the arms just wrong of Evenson.
And it's going to be a 1-point deficit now for the Central Eagles. Largest tonight was 3.
And it's going to be Cook back to serve. Cook with another ace. Back-to-back aces here for the Eagles. Eagles will now take the lead 6-5.
All tied up now.
That is Grace Cook back to serve here for the Eagles.
Looking for back-to-back-to-back.
And this time she's going to serve it in the net. That is a big saving grace here for the Rough Riders.
Avery Global is going to be now subbed in.
And it is going to be Katie Bleeker here back to serve.
Roosevelt maintains his lead.
And Bleeker's still going to have her leg taped up like she did 2 weeks ago.
Just does something to her leg. At least she's trying to play it off.
Avery Goebel trying to get the tip over there. A little bit of miscommunication from the Eagles. Wiebesek's going to get it up. They're going to go to Huseman again. Huseman is going to spike it out of bounds.
That's one problem with that strong arm. I mean, you get those powerful spikes, but sometimes it's just hard to remember how strong you can be just to get it over.
Now Eagles are going to tie it up. Eagles are going to tie it up once again, 6-6.
It's been a pretty good first set already.
And it is going to be Madison Miller back to serve. Again, they'll go to Huseman. Huseman will get it over. Huseman will get a kill.
Huseman's getting all warmed up now. She puts her first kill on the board tonight.
She found her first. That's all she needed now. She'll probably be on a roll like she has in the past. That first one is always just a struggle. She has to get her arm warmed up.
Wiebesek's now going to be back to serve for the Rough Riders.
Again, miscommunication between this Eagles team.
They're going to be able to get it over now to Zoe Huseman. Wiebesek's going to
save it. Goebel with a huge kill.
Goebel with that huge kill, but Wiebesek with the amazing set. One-armed set just to get it over.
She made sure to get it, leave it on her side to make sure that they could get that kill and get that point. Now she'll be back to serve.
Wiebesek with a good serve once again. They're going to be looking to go across, and Brinkman
and that
almost saves it. She hits it just short.
That is going to be a point. Eagles. The Eagles now trailing the Rough Riders 8-7.
That's what it's going to be all night, it seems like. Started at 5. Now it's been another 5 points, and we're still at the same predicament.
Back to back. Just going back and forth here with points.
Number 5, Emma Dorr.
And they'll go to Huseman. Huseman, I don't think we'll get the kill. It is a net violation.
It's still going to be a Roosevelt point, though, and Houston's going to be back to serve.
Houston trying to get the first ace here for the Riders. Third of the night, though, as the Eagles have already got 2.
Eagles with that back-to-back ace definitely set it off, but now Roosevelt looking for their first with Zoe. Houston's unable to get it. They're going to set it up now.
Tip it over. Saved by Bleeker. Bleeker to Wiebesek. Wiebesek up to Brinkman. Brinkman gets a save as it is
almost blocked. Brinkman trying to make the play. Looks like they're moving her forward. She wasn't already playing back.
That is going to get in the gap. Nobody could react in time. The closest one was Houston, but Houston didn't quite have the time to, as it was like right next to her, so it wouldn't have mattered anyways.
Brinkman's changing a lot of spots. Like I said, Brinkman was mainly back these last few games. Now she's moving forward.
And they go to Evenson. Evenson with a kill.
Kayla Evenson with the amazing kill. We're going to have another good game after the Evenson sisters dueled it out last time we're here at Roosevelt.
It is going to be Avery Goebel here back to serve. Rough Riders leading 10-8. Serve is up. Serve into the net. Point Eagles. This is going to be a struggle, it looks like, in this game. The serve into the net. There's been a couple of those so far tonight.
And Waldo's going to be back here. We've completed the central rotation now for your servers.
Waldo serve up. It's going to go Huseman. Huseman to Wiebesek. Wiebesek to Evenson. Evenson with another kill.
Evenson's going on tonight. She's already up to 2 kills. She leads Roosevelt Rough Riders. And Brinkman's going to be back to serve now for Roosevelt.
Brinkman basically started this game off here for the Rough Riders with points on serves. And it's going to go to Cook. Cook is going to get it over.
They need to send it over. Free ball.
Big arm there, but a block. And that is going to be a point here for the Rough Riders.
Good block there by Roosevelt. Keep the momentum on their side. It's back to the largest point differential tonight, which is 3 in Roosevelt's favor. Brinkman.
Here comes the second Velcro for the blocks for Bagels. Poster 1/3 of the way done now with that. And it is still early. That is going to be out. Point Rough Riders.
Aberdeen Central tried to send it across and was just unable to get it. Brinkman's going to be back to serve once again. Now we have our largest lead tonight at 4.
Brinkman set serve over. Serve out. Point for the Eagles. Too much power behind that one. Substitutions here from the Eagles before they come back to serve.
Eagles are trying to close this gap back up once again. This is where they're at last time.
It's going to be Aaliyah Goff back to serve.
Same situation they're at last time.
Excuse me. Barr is back to serve.
Evenson over. Evenson
tries to get a kill, but it is saved by Sydney Evans.
Evans with a good save there to keep it in play, and Evenson hits the net second time coming around.
It's going to be a point. Eagles, Rough Riders now only lead by 1. It is 13. Sorry, lead by 2. It is 13-11.
And it's going to be Barr back again to serve for the Aberdeen
Serve
Central
up,
Eagles.
serve in the net. Point Rough Riders. What do you think about all these serves going into the net? Do you think it's just because everybody's tired, or just mental mistakes that everybody's having?
I feel like it might be mental mistakes. I mean, people got to warm up too. I mean, first time playing volleyball in a while. I mean, you're going to have to warm your arm up. And
Liza Bowers with a huge kill there after the serve from Evenson.
Bowers makes a good tap over to get the kill.
Bowers just trying to show why she is the senior on this team that is on the top.
Not a senior, the only senior on the Roosevelt roster.
But wants to show that she is by the power and the control that she has over this team, just being the eldest on the team.
Bleeker tried to save there, was unable to. It's going to be an Aberdeen Central point.
It's 15-12 here. Rough Riders leading.
And it's going to be number 11, Grace Cook. She's the one with the 2 aces for Aberdeen.
She had back-to-back. She won't get it this time. They'll go to Bowers. Bowers' spike is going to get blocked. Bowers is going to push it over, but it is going to be a point as it is a legal hit from Bowers. Bowers just kind of throwing it over to try. We are halfway there now for blocks for Bagels already in this first set of this game.
I think they called the Bowers put back a block. Weebesek's going to do the tip over.
That is going to be a kill. Wiebesek specialty coming back out. Again, if you listen to the Rider Roundup pregame show, we talked a lot about how that tip is useful in this game and how she's been using it a lot.
She's perfected that tip over, gets her first kill. Nice. Katie Bleeker will be back to serve for Roosevelt. And it's going to be a spike there. A crazy spike.
By Cook.
Cook with a great play.
Sorry, excuse me.
Brookhard
with a huge kill there. She is a 6. She is the 8th grader on this team.
Definitely showing why she has that. She has an arm strength almost a Zoe Huseman sometimes.
Avery Goebel with the kill.
Avery Goebel keeps his lead 3. So Brooke, that's just insane to see from an 8th grader at any
Being
level.
6 foot and starting with the power that is compared to Zoe Huseman. And if you don't know what either of those powers look like, it's hard.
It's scary power from both of these players. Weebus going to be back to serve. It looks like they're going to fake this out to Brookhard, just tap it over.
Barely get it over, saved by Huseman. They'll have to go over. Evenson will get that one over. Again, they'll go to Brookhard.
Brookhard taps it over. She has a great advanced tool set for being
They go to Huseman. Huseman will get the kill.
Huseman showing why she's on top with that monstrous kill. And we're going to get a timeout. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Roosevelt High School. Weebus back to serve, and she sends it over to start out after the timeout.
Too much power there. It is now 18-15 here. Rough Riders still leading. Rough Riders haven't given up a lead to the Eagles at all yet this match.
Now Cal's gonna be back. Yeah, looking at this, we're talking about the 8th grader seeing the timeout. That 9th grader Emma Doris.
That is just going to be miscommunication there from the Rough Riders. Tipped or set too far from the net.
A rare Rebasek mistake.
That could have just been, again, miscommunication, as she thought Avery Goebel was going to gum up and spike, as it is going to be out of rotation by the Rough Riders. It is now only a 1-point lead here for the Rough Riders. Rough Riders trying to come back and get their lead.
They currently still have the lead, before the timeout was 3 points.
Weebasek up to Huseman. Huseman with a tip. You don't see that very often from her arm. Tipped by Huseman, out of bounds. Tie game now, 18-18. Golden Eagles showing why they have come up from the 11th seed to the 10th seed. It takes a lot to move up one seed, especially using seed points. Ace from the Eagles once again. That is their 3rd.
That's just an insane play there. Brinkman just didn't realize how far it was. We're talking about those mistakes. They're going to ride around the pregame show. That's definitely something you don't want to make, especially coming this late in the season.
It's going to be up. They're going to go to Goebel. Goebel with the kill.
Goebel sends the momentum straight back into Rose's core. Aberdeen was leading 4-1 set, then immediately lost. It's all tied up once again.
And it is Huseman back to serve. Huseman looking for the first Rough Rider ace of the night.
Rough Rider still aceless, and we have 6 to go till a victor is crowned for this first set. And it's going to be an ace!
Zoe Huseman! That is the first ace here. We were just talking about it. That would be a huge momentum shifter. And there it is. 20-19 lead here for the Rough Riders.
It goes straight to a Central Eagle player, too. They just misjudged it. Zoe Huseman looking for back-to-back.
It's going to be just out of bounds. Barely out there. Probably an inch or so. There's nothing you can really do about that one. Hoping they would hit it or have it in and they would just misread it.
Evans back to serve for the Central Aberdeen Golden Eagles.
Out of bounds once again by both these teams out of bounds and in the net have been a struggle for both these teams.
Definitely a big problem for both these teams, and most teams. Serving's your problem. Serving's what you got to fix, and it's another serving problem. Avery Goebel into the net.
It is now tied 21-21.
This definitely looks like the theme of tonight's going to be some missed serves.
You didn't see that, though, in the JV and sophomore game, as, again, the JV team came back in the third set with back-to-back aces from Casey Moncher. That is going to be an ace once again for the Eagles. That is their fourth of the night. Timeout, Rough Riders. We'll be right back.
Welcome back at Roosevelt High School. Waldo's back to serve for the Aberdeen Central Golden Eagles. They currently lead by 1 over the Rough Riders.
They have 4 aces compared to the Rough Riders 1.
And Evenson tried to send it over, does not get the kill. So Houston's going to send it to Wiebesek.
Wiebesek to Bowers. Bowers spike going to get blocked once again. And that isn't just going to be too close to the net. Nothing they could do about it right there. 23-21.
Aberdeen Central's looking to sneak up and take this win away, the set win away from the Roosevelt Rough Riders.
They didn't lead until once both teams basically hit 20. That is going to get barely over, saved by Houston.
An amazing save there by Zoe Houston. Brinkman with the tip and the kill.
Brinkman here with the huge kill there, and Houston with a giant save of that short serve.
Zoe Houston just had the mentality to realize it's just there. She's going to try to make the play no matter what. She does get it. Brinkman's going to be back to serve.
Brinkman found that gap that nobody was in.
And they're going to send it to Bowers. Bowers blocked to Wiebesek.
It is going to be tipped. They'll go to Evenson this time. Evenson barely is going to softly hit it over. That is going to be a kill. 24-22.
They need one more now to win it. And we're going to get substitutions now. Burkhart's back in.
And we'll have a timeout. Rough Riders will be right back.
Welcome back. Barr is back to serve for the Aberdeen Central Golden Eagles, trying to end this set 25-22. Rough Riders took the time out to think about Bowers. Bowers with the kill.
The senior out there tonight on senior night showing her power and what she can do. Rough Riders need to score at least 1 to cause this to go to 26. They have to play it perfect.
Evenson has to get this over once the ace. Gonna look just to get over. She does. It's go out of bounds. Aberdeen Central is gonna win this set 25-23. We'll be back when set 2 commences.
Welcome back here to Roosevelt High School. This is going to be the start of the second set. Brinkman trying to get a kill there, but not going to happen.
And it's almost going to be a block, and it's going to be a double hit.
No, it's going to be a legal hit. Points to the Eagles. Eagles won the first set, 25-23. Rough Riders trying to come back and win this first set.
For the second set here, trying to get their first win tonight, trying to bring it to a guaranteed 4.
Weebasek up to Bowers. Bowers going to get blocked once again. Miscommunication between Bleeker and Bowers. Couldn't decide who is actually going to go for it.
That's definitely a big problem, too, is just miscommunication between this team. Waldo's going to be back to serve once again. Waldo's serve is going to Zoe Huseman.
Zoe Huseman, they've and that is going to barely get over. Confused Cook maybe just a little bit. Bowers up. Bowers with the kill. Bowers showing her power. She has 2 kills tonight.
And it's going to bring it to a 1-point deficit for this Roosevelt Rough Riders.
It's going to be Avery Goebel leading with 3.
Brinkman's looking for anything just to try to set their team to tied. They're looking for this 4th set. And it's going to be
in the net by Kate Weebasek. Point for the Eagles. This is lots of errors, mental errors, especially from this Rough Riders team in the net. Serve into the net.
And we're going to get another substitution, and Sawyer Barr is going to be back to serve. It's a 2-point lead for this Aberdeen Golden Central team.
Brinkman to Weebasek. Weebasek tries to save it, but that just goes out of bounds. Rough Riders need to try to slow things down here. Take a deep breath and get back into this set. It is still early, but they need to show that they want to be here.
Barr back to serve. It definitely looks like they're stumbling just a little bit here. Maybe this is just a week they looked past, and it's going to go out of bounds. Maybe this is just a week they look past, trying to prepare for the playoffs, but you don't know. Maybe you can move down to this 9th or this 10th seed and have to face the 6th seed.
I don't think they can. They need. This is a must win, and then Stevens must lose out if we want even a little bit of a chance to host a playoff game, the Sodak 16 game here, instead of going to Rapid.
I mean, Rapid's just a big time crunch problem. You'd have to travel out there, experience jet lag. I mean, you get to sleep between taking the bus ride there, but that still doesn't help. Sawyer Barr is going to be back.
And the last time we played Stevens, we lost 3-0 against them in Rapid, so that is probably a face-up we want to have here. Zoe Huseman tries to get the kill.
And it's going to be the Berkman.
Berkman with a...
Or Berktard. Berktard with a great kill.
Again, she's an 8th grader at 6 foot, playing like she is a senior.
She's got 2 kills already. Definitely has a lot of potential. You're going to see her for 4 more years.
Since she isn't even in high school yet. Bowers trying to get a kill there up into the ceiling or just below it. Brinkman to Weebasek. Weebasek to Huseman. Huseman tries to get a kill. Gonna come over though. We'll go back to her.
It's going to be blocked again.
Back to her for a 3rd time. She just tries to throw it over this time. Tipped over. Point. Eagles. It is a 7-2 lead for the Eagles. Rough Riders struggling here just a little bit, trying to come back.
It's the largest lead any team's had tonight, and this Aberdeen's fan section is just so loud.
Not very many students, but lots of parents here hoping to cheer.
And that's almost going to be
4 hits. Point Rough Riders.
There's a Weebasek special. And it's going to be Katie Bleeker back to serve. They're trying to make this.
4-point deficit at the moment up.
They want this 4-point deficit to disappear. It's going to go out of bounds.
Lots of problems here with the serve out of bounds.
It's going to be it's still going to be a 5-point lead for this Aberdeen Central team.
Brinkman to Weebasek. Weebasek to Huseman. Huseman with a huge...
Out
of bounds.
Huseman makes a mistake, a rare mistake from Huseman. Just
and not even
hit it to the side.
Maybe not even a huge mistake. Just coming up with her swing way too hard and just didn't get her hand flat and just maybe had a little bit of a twist.
Might have her emotions be coming to her.
And it's going to be Goebel this time. Goebel with the kill. That is her 4th of the night.
Goebel is definitely taking the game into her hands.
Goebel and Bowers, especially Bowers representing the only senior player, but we do have Hayden Metz, who is on the sidelines as a student manager. Wiebesek is going to serve.
They're just trying to bring this momentum back.
And they will go to Huseman. Huseman trying to get a kill. Huseman will get it. It is tipped out of bounds.
Makes his point deficit only 4. Not as bad as the 6-7 it was at one point this set. And it's going to be Wiebesek.
Rough Riders slowly creeping back here.
They just need to keep on making their momentum plays, and they do! Makes it 3-point deficit.
Wiebesek back to serve here for the Rough Riders once again. She's trying to keep her serving on a roll to keep getting these Rough Riders closer and closer to the Eagles.
It's a 9-6 game right now. We're about into the middle part of this set.
Bleeker to Wiebesek, Wiebesek to Goebel. Goebel with the kill!
And there's your momentum. That's all that really matters. And we're going to get a timeout from Aberdeen.
We'll be right back. Come back here to Roosevelt High School. Wiebesek back to serve here once again, trying to come back against this Aberdeen team who was leading by 1 point, by 6.
They almost got a block. They were already halfway there in that first set. That first set really came out with the blocks. And
it's going to be in the net by Taryn Neiman. So that is a point, Rough Riders. They're making it now a 1 point deficit. Serve is up from Wiebesek.
And it's going to go.
Burkhard going to get blocked.
And it's all tied up once again here.
9-9. Rough Riders trying to win this second set after they lost the first.
Wiebesek needs to get us to take the lead for the first time in the second set.
Every time Wiebesek has served, we've scored in this set. Bleeker up, Bleeker to Brinkman. Brinkman is going to get blocked.
Brinkman tries to make the play. She's been slowly creeping forward.
Substitutions here from the Eagles.
She can definitely be feeling pressure.
Especially sophomore that's been up and down through both JV and varsity.
At one point, she wasn't even starting on this JV or on this varsity team.
And now she is a big starter here. She's going to have
another error.
Lots of errors here for the Rough Riders. If I were to say, we've probably had about 10. This is not what we want to see in the last regular season game.
And it's going to be set up to Zoe Huseman, who gets blocked.
But it is out of bounds. Point, Rough Riders.
And Rough Riders are still trying to get their first lead of this second set.
And hopefully with the lead will come all the momentum to come back and win this set.
And it's going to be serve Zoe Huseman. Huseman's the only one with an ace for the Roosevelt team.
It's going to be tipped over and point for the Eagles. The Rough Riders so far have been struggling to not have any holes open and stop those tip overs from just landing inbounds.
They're definitely struggling tonight.
Everybody could be tired, especially with Halloween being last night, depending on how long everybody is out. But as we say that, Evenson with a huge kill.
Evenson makes a great kill there.
It is going to be Avery Goebel back to serve here.
And Avery Goebel.
Serve up, serve is over. Point to the Rough Riders.
And it's going to be
Avery Goebel here is back to serve once again. She's leading the team in aces with 5. Serve is up.
And Bowers makes a play again. That's going to be 4.
They're going to under the net by the Eagles. Point Rough Riders.
And Rough Riders take the lead for the first time in the second set.
Rough Riders need this momentum to keep on going. Goebel once again is back to serve.
And it's going to be set up once again. They're just going to tap it over.
A free ball. Even Bowers trying to get a kill. Bowers, Huseman to Wiebesek. Wiebesek to Huseman again. Huseman's just going to have to tap it over. She is in the back row and cannot spike in front of that 10-foot line. Out of bounds. Point Rough Riders.
She just made the good play there. That was the smartest play you could make. And it's going to be Avery Goebel back to serve now. We got a 2-point lead here for the Roosevelt Rough Riders. And it's going to hit the basketball hoop, but they're going to be able to save it.
Another free ball here from the Eagles to the Riders. It's going to be Bowers. Bowers going to get blocked once again. This height advantage from the Eagles is working out against the power that the Rough Riders have. Just being able to get up there and block anything that is trying to get by.
And it's just that's gonna be your biggest problem tonight. Waldo's gonna be back to serve once again.
Wiebesek up. Wiebesek to Bowers. Bowers gonna get blocked again.
It seems like Aberdeen Central is able to capture the lightning in the bottle. They taking all the momentum tonight. Waldo.
There was some momentum there, but Eagles just bottling it up and taking it for themselves. Huseman to Wiebesek. Wiebesek to Evenson. Evenson with the kill.
And they're not able to keep the momentum for long. Evenson slams it down, gets the point lead still for this Roosevelt Rough Riders team.
Now Rough Riders trying to bottle up all the momentum. It's been back and forth. Neither of the bottles so far, if we're using that, are closed to keep the momentum on their side.
Brinkman was back to serve for your Roosevelt Rough
They'll go
Riders.
to Cook. It's going to be to Evenson. Evenson with another kill. Evenson has taken the lead. 4 kills with 6. That is going to be a timeout. Eagles, they've used both of them. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to set 2 action here at Roosevelt High School. Izzy Brinkman's going to be back to serve with the 2-point lead. Roosevelt High School. Shot clock. Bit late there. Set already started.
It is going to be a point. Eagles, again, this momentum, if we keep using the bottle, the bottles are wide open. None of them are closed to keep any of that momentum controlled.
They're still both trying to catch that lightning.
Weaker to Wiebesek. Wiebesek save. Not going to get over.
They're going to put that back anyways. It's going to be all tied up once again here at Roosevelt High School. 9. Both these teams to win this second set.
It is tied 16-16. Serve to Brinkman. Brinkman going to get it over, though.
Bit of an accidental play there, but
They're
still
gonna
gets
be
it over.
blocked.
Bowers with the block. Burkhead.
Burkhardt is going to try to get, with her powerful arm, only as an 8th grader, get that over.
Just unable to, and that's going to be Evenson.
Evenson almost gets an ace there. Free ball here. Bowers.
The Huseman.
With a huge kill. Rough Riders lead by 2, trying to close that bottle and hopefully seal it.
7 points they need to win. Huseman trying to still warm up. This one for quieter game. She only has 4 kills.
Four kills may seem like a little bit, but it is small for Huseman, especially if you were listening to the Ryder Roundup pregame show before this. We talked a lot about how her power and skills have come into her season so far.
Even so, is back to serve once again for your Roosevelt Rough Riders.
Burkhead gets it over. They'll go to Bowers.
It feels like the game plan's been centered around Bowers tonight for senior night.
And that's probably an okay thing to do, especially, yes, with it being senior night. Miscommunication, out of bounds, point Rough Riders. Rough Riders now lead by 4. The bottle is slowly getting closed. It's not all the way, but it is slowly getting there.
4-point lead's huge for this Roosevelt team. They just need to close it out. It's going to tap the net. And it's not going to be an ace. It's going to be...
It is going to be an illegal hit by the Eagles. Point to the Rough Riders. Rough Riders fairly close to taking all the momentum for this set.
4 is the point deficit for the... Or 5 is the point deficit for the Central. 4 is what they need to win for Roosevelt. And it's almost going to be an ace. They need to set it up. They get free ball.
Evenson to Wiebesek. Wiebesek to Bowers. Bowers going to get blocked, and it looks like it was gonna came back and hit her right in the face.
It's definitely something you don't want, but all that matters is that they're trying to take the second set lead as Grace Cook, you're one of your 2 aces for the Central
Is
Eagles.
back to serve.
Bleeker to Huseman. Huseman just slams the Aberdeen
Huseman
Central.
with that push the player backwards. She couldn't stay on her feet.
Huseman, bit shocked herself, but that was a monstrous spike.
Everybody here in the gym with the ooh.
That looks
At the same
like
time,
it hurt.
it sounded and probably felt terrible as they will go to Huseman once again. Huseman trying to get another kill, but it is going to be saved. This is going
to Brinkman to
Wiebesek,
the tip over.
Wiebesek point. All the momentum right now is probably closed in this bottle at the moment with the Eagles having no timeouts left and Rough Riders only needing 2 points to win the second set and force a fourth.
And Bleeker was here back to serve.
Burkhard looks like her arm has slowed down just a little bit. Free ball, Brinkman gonna get it over.
And it's going to be a spike over to Izzy Brinkman.
And they go to Evenson for a back row spike. Evenson gets a kill.
One more to close up this set and close that momentum bottle.
The bottle at the moment is closed completely at the moment. All the lightning so far is on the Rough Riders side.
And it's going to go back to Bleeker for serve. And ace! Ace to end it from Katie Bleeker. Roosevelt wins 25-17.
We'll be back after this 3 minutes for the third set. Welcome back here to Roosevelt High School for the start of the third set. There's going to be Avery Goebel back to serve, and Avery Goebel serve into the net.
And Avery Goebel out. We're going to put in Katie Bleeker. And Aberdeen Central's going to get your first point of this third set. We're going up 4 sets.
For sure tonight. Weebasek to Evenson. Evenson's going to get blocked.
Speaking of blocks, block to Bagel's still only halfway there. That's another block.
This time they'll go to the other side.
Brinkman almost gets the kill. They're going to save it. No free ball into the net. 1-1 now here for the third set.
It is going to be Brinkman back to serve once again.
Izzy Brinkman.
She's been a consistent server here as she's going to serve into the net. Both the serves so far from the Rough Riders have been into the net. I'm going to guess both teams have had lots of mental errors. It is hard for them to go through it and hard for some people to watch.
Barr is going to be back to serve. Barr's going to hit the net. That's another hit into the net. 2-2.
That is the third hit into the net so far this set.
And Evans is going to be back to serve. That's your 5th server.
Let's see if Evenson can get away from the serve into the net.
She does snap that streak.
And it is going to be Burkhardt. Weebasek to Huseman. Huseman doesn't flip it over. Use Weebasek's little trick.
Burkhardt's going to hit it into the net. That's going to be a Roosevelt lead first time in this third set. Roosevelt definitely looking for the set win and to bring it into only 4 sets.
Right now, Roosevelt has most of the momentum bottled up. There's still a little bit floating out around. And that is going to be a point for the Eagles. It is going to be tied 3-3 here. This is, if anything, this may go to a 5th set just with how close both these teams have been.
Well, this team's been very close. They definitely just need a bit of luck, a lot of skill to bring it into 4 sets.
They'll go to Evenson. They'll go to Burkhardt now for the Eagles. Burkhardt going to push it over. Burkhardt going to get the kill as there is miscommunication once again between the Rough Riders.
I feel like whichever team cleans up some of these rough edges will be the one to take the win tonight, as Goff will be back to serve.
Yeah, whichever team can get rid of their mental mistakes the quickest. Zoe Huseman, though, going to get blocked on her spike.
And that's what Aberdeen Central's been really good at, stopping those spikes. Burkhardt
once again. Bowers the kill.
Reba sends it to Bowers. Bowers, the senior, gets the kill. Katie Bleeker's going to be back to serve now. Still all tied up.
You're hearing a lot about senior because it is senior night here at Roosevelt. If you weren't listening, if you didn't hear us earlier, or if you are just joining us, that is going to be an ace for Katie Bleeker.
Bleeker with the first ace of this third set, and I believe the second
ace for the Rough Riders. Set 6th or 7th ace of the night.
It's their third because Katie Bleeker ended set 2 with an ace.
That is true. I forgot about that one. As Burkhardt going to get up there. Burkhardt going to get a kill.
Burkhardt has an arm of a senior, but the years left of a freshman, only looking to develop more.
Not even years left of a freshman. Years left of high school as an 8th grader. She has that 4 years still coming to watch. She isn't even at Aberdeen Central High School yet. She only goes there for practices. And that is going to be an illegal hit by Huseman.
And it's going to be Madison Miller.
Once again, Bleeker with a huge save. They'll go to Evenson again in the back row. Evenson with another kill.
And we're still all tied up, but now we're at 6s.
What do you think? Do you think the momentum is floating, or do you think Roosevelt still has most of it closed up?
I feel like we're back in that thunderstorm. We're trying to catch the lightning, which is the momentum. Weebasek's going to be back to serve. Every set's a new thunderstorm. You got to conquer.
Huseman up. Huseman going to get blocked once again. Lots of blocks against. That time it won't be. Miscommunication.
No free ball. That's going to go into net. It would have been a 4th hit. Roosevelt takes the lead now.
Neither of these teams have cleaned up their mistakes, but even made some of them worse and increased the value of some as they've got rid of some.
And Weedasak's going to be your server for the Roosevelt Rough Riders. It's going to go over.
That is going to be Burkhardt.
Burkhardt
is
blocked.
No, she's not blocked. It is going to land on the Rough Riders side. And it is going to be Melchow back to serve. Weebasek to Huseman. This Central team is doing fairly well at receiving all of the spikes from Huseman as she'll go back, and that's going to be tipped. Again, Huseman out of bounds. Point to the Eagles. The Eagles lead by 1.
It's been back and forth lead. Instead using this catch the lightning mentality. Zoe Huseman's arms to the Thunder. Need to harness it.
And they'll go to Brinkman.
Brinkman makes some good plays here.
Free ball, Avery Goebel going up with the spike. It's going to be a back row spike. Tip.
Goebel with the good plays, but the Central Golden Eagles are able to save it.
And again, Weebasek up, back row.
To Goebel, just hits it out.
Miscommunication once again. That time between Goebel and Evenson couldn't decide who was going to try to spike it over. Timeout, Rough Riders. Hopefully they'll calm down and take away some of these mistakes. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Roosevelt High School for third set action in this game against the Golden Eagles. Is going to be a serve spike, excuse me. Brinkman back row spike for a kill. Roosevelt trying to take away some of the lightning from the Eagles.
Yeah, the waste of timeout was only a 2-point lead. This shows you how close this third set's been. Zoe Huseman into the net.
It is lots of errors. Neither of these coaches, Vanderwall and Bindengal, for both these teams are probably like, what's going on? What can we do to calm everybody down and stop all these mistakes?
Sydney Evans was back to serve for the Aberdeen Golden Eagles.
Evenson going to get blocked. Miscommunication. Out of bounds. Point Eagles.
And it's going to be a 3-point lead. Largest of this third set. Sydney Evans is going to be back to serve. It's going to hit the roof and then the basketball hoop.
Back row spike. Back row spike has been used a lot so far in this game. Big kill there.
And there's your spike into the back row. No one was there. It's going to be a 4-point lead.
Rough Riders need to calm down here, stop their mental mistakes, and stop the lightning from entering the Eagles' bottle.
Sydney Evans back to serve. For some reason, this Aberdeen games always are big. That's going to go out of bounds. These games are always big for the Roosevelt teams. Last year for basketball was one of their closest, toughest, and loudest competitions. Aberdeen just seems to be the foil.
They're one of those small schools, but big hearts when it comes to sports. They want to show that even though they are a somewhat smaller school, they still have the heart. They still have the power in all sports. As Goebel is back to serve.
Definitely had a surprise. And it's going to be blocked
by Bowers and Brinkman for a kill.
They're trying to close his 3-point gap that pretty much came out of nowhere.
And this is going to be the fourth.
And it's going to be Avery Goebel. And it's going to go to Avery Global, who's unable to save him.
It's going to be a point, Eagles.
Like I said, talking about this big heart, like big mentality. They're just loud.
And it's going to be Eagles here to serve. Huseman to Weebasek. Weebasek to Brinkman.
Brinkman unable to get it.
It is not tipped. It looked like it may have been tipped. We are now 2/3 of the way for blocks for Bagels.
Sponsored by Bagel Boy. Happened twice already this year. They're looking for a third time. Of course, the win would be more important.
Bowers. Huseman to Weebasek. Weebasek just going to
push it over. And it's going to go way out of bounds. That hit all the way over into the padding on the gym. It's going to be still a 4-point lead.
Our entire student section wants his blocks for Bagels as Scotty, the person that is putting up the Velcro pieces, was getting his name chanted.
Everyone loves Scotty here at Roosevelt. As Evenson gets it tipped over. They try to block it, but they've been really consistent all night. One mistake gets Roosevelt Roughriders up point. Brinkman back to serve.
Brinkman now trying to lead the Rough Riders to a tie.
I'll try and tie this all back up. Take the set win.
Huseman to Weebasek. Weebasek to Bowers. Bowers going to get blocked.
Weebasek's going to save it. Free ball here.
Evenson gets it over. Another free ball. Evenson with a kill.
Evenson with a great kill. To get to 10. She's the first to double digits. Of course, Zoe's been having a quiet game.
This is Zoe Huseman's probably quietest game, but that is probably okay. She's probably trying to slow down
her game. She wants to focus on this playoffs.
She wants to save all that heart and great power for the playoffs. Out of bounds. Point Rough Riders. Rough Riders have brought the deficit down to 1.
This game's getting close here. And Izzy Brinkman's going to be back to serve. She's at 3 kills.
Brinkman over. They're going to go to Cook.
Out of bounds.
It's going to be out of bounds. Tie game. Tie set now for the Rough Riders. It is going to be a timeout. Eagles will be right back.
Brinkman back to serve.
Is this third set action? It's tied here at Roosevelt. Weebasek up to Evenson. Evenson going to get blocked. Blocked into the back row. Nobody was there. Not much you can do about that one. 16-15.
And it's going to be number 6. Sawyer Barr back to serve.
Serve is up. Serve is over to Brinkman. Brinkman to Weebasek. Weebasek to Evenson. Evenson going to get blocked once again. Bowers now going to tip it over.
And then we'll get it. It's going to be
Burkhardt. Bowers going to push it over.
And it's going to go to the outside of Burkhardt now.
Weebasek to Bowers. Bowers with the kill.
Trying to block it, just unable to.
Evenson is now going to be back to serve here for the Rough Riders. Again, all tied up here, 16-16 in the third set.
Whatever team needs to reach 25, it looks like it's going to be extended this game with the trend.
Weebasek to Bleeker. Bleeker to Huseman. Huseman tries to get a kill, but it is going to be a free ball. They'll go to Bowers. Bowers almost going to get a kill as it is over by Burkhardt. Burkhardt into the corner.
And you're not able to hear, but the Aberdeen parents are getting loud now. They're bringing the heart of Aberdeen out here to Sioux Falls.
And they're probably, about, I'm going to say 25 students that took the trip. That is an ace.
Ace, Aberdeen. Most of those are probably other volleyball players.
That too, but there's probably about 25 or so students sitting out there cheering.
And that's more probably than what Roosevelt has, or that's active.
Roosevelt is slowly disappearing. We
have
a
a sec tip over.
Burkhardt. Weebasek again with the tip. Again to Burkhardt.
To
Bleeker. To Weebasek. To Huseman. Huseman can't get it over. It is too close to the net.
19 now for Aberdeen.
Aberdeen needs 6. Rough Riders need 9.
And it's going to be Cook back to serve. Evenson with a weird play. They're going to have to get over. Zoe Huseman sends him the free ball.
And now they'll go to Burkhardt. Burkhardt shows her arm on that one. And they'll go Evenson back row spike.
And it's going to be tipped over.
Weebasek again tip, but out of bounds. 20-16 here. Aberdeen leading. Timeout Rough Riders. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Aberdeen versus Roosevelt here at Roosevelt High School. Aberdeen was back to serve.
Aberdeen leading by 4 in this third set. Mistake there. That causes the Eagles to give the Rough Riders a point and bring the deficit down to 3.
And it's going to be Katie Bleeker back to serve. They need 8 points. Pretty much a perfect game to win this third set.
That are just mistakes from the Eagles.
Definitely seems like a very unrefined Roosevelt team. And that's going to be a mistake from Aberdeen. Talking about those mistakes.
It is going to be 18-20 here. Rough Riders down by 2. Hopefully coming back.
And we're going to need to get the ball into play. But we're saying Roosevelt definitely seems very unrefined tonight.
Both teams do. They're kind of struggling with a bunch of mistakes. It's Bleeker.
Definitely what is an after Halloween game.
Burkhardt.
It's just the effects of Halloween. Everyone's probably in their worst shape they've been all season.
Kind of
out
of bounds. Point, Rough Riders. The entire parent section is saying it was tipped. They're going to probably take a ref timeout and talk about this.
They are.
We'll be right back after these refs have concluded on their call. Welcome back after the ref talk there. Point is still going to be to the Rough Riders. Rough Riders now only down by 1. Bleeker is back to serve.
Bleeker looking for another ace. Bleeker ended last set with an ace. That's going to be an amazing
kill.
Burkhardt with an insane kill. Give her 4th kill of the night.
Burkhill, that 8th grader, like who we've been talking about with the arm of a senior, the heart of somebody from Aberdeen.
Definitely embodies a student or the city of Aberdeen.
Weebasek gonna get it tipped over.
And there's a kill!
Point! Rough Riders after that big play there.
By Weebasek.
Weebasek using her specialty. Specialty from Weebasek coming out on that play to bring the deficit back down to 1. Weebasek is now back to serve. Weebasek will serve it into the net once again.
Where's that Weebasek special with the tip over? I was going to get substitutions. Once I was out of timeouts, even if the momentum starts to flip, I was able to talk about it.
My guess is Vanderwall will just slow everything down just a little bit between them. Huseman up. Huseman with the kill.
It's close here in the closing moments of set number 3.
We know for sure we're going to a 4th set. And whoever wins this kind of has all the momentum going into that 4th. Huseman out of bounds.
2 points. Aberdeen still leads. And it's going to be Sydney Evans back to serve.
Serve up. Serve to Huseman. Huseman to Weebasek. Weebasek to Goebel. Save by Bleeker. They'll go to
Izzy Brinkman. Sydney Evans with the save.
Pushed over into the gap. Nobody there. Point Eagles. Eagles need 1. Rough Riders down 3. Need to play perfect here because they will need mistakes from these Eagles to have a chance to win this 3rd set.
Sydney Evans tries to end it with an ace, is unable to. Evenson keeps it close. Well, as close as it ended like when the first set ended.
And here comes a substitution, and here comes Graceland Reese in to serve. Her first time serving in a while here at home. She probably is one of those most
consistent
servers that can get it over. We'll see if she can do it.
She does. Bit risky there. Almost went out of bounds. Try to get the misjudge.
Saved by Reese. Over by Evenson. Evenson trying to get back-to-back kills.
Evans saves it. They're going to be able to get it over. Free ball. It's going to be tipped.
It's going to be tipped. Point Eagles. That's the end of this 3rd set. 25-22, your final score. We'll be back for set number 4.
Welcome back. Set 4 action here at Roosevelt High School. Wallow is back to serve, trying to end this game off with a Aberdeen victory. They're the closest to winning. Brinkman's going to be back to serve.
It is going to be a net violation on the Eagles. Point Rough Riders. It would have been a kill anyways.
Brinkman's going to be back to serve. One thing lost is Brinkman's skill. Brinkman's going to be looking for the ace now. Brinkman
3 kills. It's not going to be an ace this time.
And it's going to be...
But they're going to go to Bowers. Bowers going to get blocked again.
And that's the closest we've seen the volleyball to this press box. Goes all the way up into that 6th, 7th row.
And it is going to be a tie set here, 1-1.
So your bar is going to be back to serve. And this is what we've seen all night, just this tied game. Even though it's close, this is what's been.
And they'll go back row to Brinkman.
Definitely seeing a lot of new testing.
Lots of back row. See what they're going to try to use in the Sodak 16, and especially if they win that, the state tournament.
Definitely looking in the future of this game. Looking more at the seed points here. I believe it's statistically improbable for Central to take over them in seed points.
So at this point, it does look like we're going to play Stevens no matter what. That is out of bounds.
I believe it's 0.7 a difference, which you need at least 2 games for. It's based off an average of seed points earned.
And there's a lot that goes into calculating seed points that I don't want to get into.
It is very confusing math.
It's confusing, so we'll just let the professionals, or we'll say the computers do it for us. It's going to be tipped. It's going to be Evenson. Evenson trying to get her 12th kill of the night.
And it's blocked
by Bowers. Bowers going to get another kill of the night. Bowers going to get the 5th. Blocks for Bagel. We are 5/6 of the way. We need one more here to get the Bagels.
Kaylee Evenson's going to be back to serve. Gets a net, but it goes over.
Barely gets that over. Burkhardt. Saved by Brinkman.
Saved by
Huseman. Huseman tries to get it over. And it is going to be in the net. Point Rough Riders. This set is now tied once again at 3.
3-3. Like I said, I mean, we'll probably see timeouts once they get to 5 and some takes a 2-point lead. That's definitely when at least Vanderbilt seems to like to take his timeouts now. Evenson. It's gonna go out of bounds.
At his point, Eagles student section getting hyped here as Scotty runs over to put the ball on the poster for Blocks for Bagels. There you go. 5/6 of the way. Serve is up and over. Out of bounds. Point Rough Riders. It is all tied at 4.
And Katie Bleeker's going to be back to serve once again. It's 4-4.
Serve is up by Bleeker.
And almost an ace. It's going to be saved. It's going to be a free ball.
Bleeker to Weebsek. Weebsek to Huseman. Huseman with using her arm to get a kill and get a lead for the Rough Riders. There was no stopping that ball.
You try to stop that, you get slid across the court.
You will have a bruise on your arm for about 3 weeks if you try to stop that. Burkhardt now. Burkhardt will get a kill.
Burkhardt has a pretty good game tonight. The stats don't show it. 5 kills. I mean, Houston has had her quietest game all year with 1 ace and 7 kills.
1 ace is still pretty good. Her average is probably about 1 to 2.
I mean, everyone's having kind of a below-average game.
And that is going to be a point, Rough Riders.
Highest kills 11. A lot of these points have just been hitting the net, so the stats are kind of showing.
Yes, back to back serves in the net. Mental errors. It's going to be
Weebasek. Kills with those mental errors. Weebasek.
Back to serve. Weebasek. Ace!
Weebasek with the ace. 2-point lead now for the Roosevelt Rough Riders.
Rough Riders lead 7-5. Weebasek will get her first ace on the night. Make that the 4th or 5th for the Rough Riders.
And they're going to send the Burkhardt.
Saved by Bleecker. Weebsek up to Houston. Houston using her arm again, but just barely out.
And we're going to get substitutions.
Substitutions here from the Eagles.
And it's going to be number 2, Malkow to serve.
Serve is up. Serve is over to Brinkman. Brinkman to Weebsek. Weebsek miss serve.
And
It is going to be a double hit point for the Eagles. It is now all tied at 7.
So this has just been a game of ties. Aberdeen kind of snuck up and took one.
Took the first set. Roosevelt had all the momentum. Tipped over in that first set. Roosevelt had all the momentum.
Especially in games like these, all that matters, it doesn't matter who's leading in the middle. It matters who's leading in the
Brinkman with
end.
the kill.
Brinkman with a good kill to get her 4th.
It is now going to be a 1-point lead here for the Rough Riders.
She's been looking for her second ace now. And
The serve is up. Not going to be an ace. It is going to be saved, though, by Huseman. And they'll go to Evenson. Evenson going to have a mental mistake there and not get it over. Lots of mental mistakes and errors in this game. You can kind of see it in the entire crowd, as we had at least 4 or 5 rows, and now it's down to 2.
And most of them aren't even interacting in the game. They're being pretty quiet.
Until Scotty comes out with the bagel.
Everyone loves Scotty here, Rosa. Brinkman. Almost a block.
Almost a 6 block tonight. Bagels, that is going to be in. Again, hard to read those lines for these Rough Riders and any visiting team like we talked about earlier.
Both coaches are currently sitting down. They're not even saying now they can't sit down. That's going to be an ace.
That is going to be another ace.
I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing a timeout. Perhaps one more
Coach
point.
Vanderwall usually doesn't stand up for more than about a serve. He is standing up and isn't sitting down. Neither is the central coach. He is with the kill.
When we saw this in Jefferson game, he couldn't sit down.
Usually he's a fairly calm coach that just sits there. If we were to compare him to Coach Bagaman, what would you say the differences are?
Begaman's definitely a lot more engaged coach. Of course, he played basketball.
It's going to be Graceland Reese back to serve.
Basketball here in South Dakota as a high schooler. So he's just a lot more involved with
Saved by Reese, out of bounds. Point Eagles. Eagles lead 11-9.
Of course, you got to be a coach that bends to a situation. Vanderbilt can definitely do that. We see them I don't think we've seen him yell once.
Not usually, no. He may speak loudly, but he does not yell.
I mean, if that works for the team, then that what's works. I mean, you're in the 9th seed in the playoffs, but no one expected anything.
Some confusion here from the bench with the refs.
It's really quiet here. It's oddly quiet here at Roosevelt.
Usually you don't see that during any of the sporting events.
And then it gets louder, and it's a net!
Rough Riders slowly creeping back in this 4th set, wanting to win it and send it to a 5th.
And it's going to be Brinkman.
Brinkman serve up. Brinkman doesn't hit the net, but barely gets over the net. Blocked by Bauer.
6 block tonight!
Here comes Scotty.
Bowers with the block.
With
With Weebasek, Brinkman's going to get it, and that's going to mean Scotty going to have to run for that block.
Brinkman serve. Brinkman again hits the net, barely gets over. Going to be tried to be saved by Brinkman. Not going to happen. Out of bounds. Point Eagles. But we have our 6 blocks for bagels, and we will be getting free bagels at the end of this match.
That's 3, so if you saved all of them, you can bring 3 people. Go get yourself some bagels at Bagel Boy. I believe it's the one on Louise.
It's going to be Door back to serve here. It's going to be up to Evenson.
Evenson!
The kill. That is going to be hit Burkhardt in the face. As you can tell, she wasn't flustered at all. It may have stunned her just a little bit, but then it just comes to a laugh. Evenson back to serve. Game is all tied at 12. Barely going to get over. Just going to drop. Burkhardt now going to come back.
Out of bounds.
Burkhardt trying to get a spike back after she got hit.
And it's going to be Evenson back to serve.
Rough Riders now lead by 1.
And Evenson
Up.
almost hits the basketball hoop.
And it is going to be Evans who gets it over.
It's a tip over.
Burkhardt coming with a spike.
Blocked.
Blocked.
They're going to get the free ball.
Brinkman to Wiebesek. Wiebesek to Huseman. Huseman out of bounds.
Tied up.
Point Eagles. It is tied at 13. Neither of these teams have used their timeouts yet.
And it's going to be number 15, Madison Miller. Back to serve for Aberdeen Central.
Evenson to Bowers. Bowers
Hits the net.
it's going to hit the antenna. Out of bounds. Point Eagles. Eagles now lead by 1.
11 points for the Eagles to take the game win.
Rough Riders trying to win this to force a 5th set.
Huseman.
Huseman to Wiebesek, back to Huseman. Huseman going to tip it over. Huseman kill. Huseman going to tip it and push it over into the gap, right where nobody was. That is kind of, you can see that she has that smarts to find the open spots on the court. It is now back to being tied.
Katie Bleeker. It's going to be your one back to serve. And it's going to go to Kaylee Evenson. A bit of an error there.
Evenson couldn't get 2 hands out.
I think we're going to be close to timeout. They're going to be almost under 10.
Again, neither of these coaches are sitting down.
Vanderwall took a second to sit down.
But as we say that the Aberdeen coach is sitting, Vanderwall, though, is standing unlike usual, where he kind of sits the entire game.
And I think we're going to see a timeout coming soon.
Or Vanderwall's just trying to hope that the Rough Riders can get back into this. Saved by Bleeker. Saved.
Wiebesek was unable to connect to another player.
And it is going to be a timeout, Rough Riders. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Here's some 4-set action. The Golden Eagles are leading by 3.
They need 8 to win it.
Wiebesek
tip over.
They'll go to Burkhardt. Burkhardt is blocked by Goebel.
7th block. You already have enough for blocks of Bagels. That sends us over.
That was a huge block there by Goebel. It is now going to be Wiebesek back to serve.
Wiebesek. To Burkhardt.
Burkhardt just going to tip it over.
It's 18 for Aberdeen Central. I think if they get to 22, we're going to see another Roosevelt timeout.
It is now going to be Malchow back to serve.
Malchow has an ace looking for her second.
Malchow.
Will not get that second ace.
Wiebesek going to get it over. It is going to be saved and over. Free ball, though.
Another free ball.
It is going to be saved by Evenson. They'll go to Huseman. Huseman will get it over out of bounds. Lots of struggles to get the ball inbounds and even just over the net tonight.
And it's going to be number 2, Anna Malchow. Back to serve once again.
They'll go up to Brinkman. Brinkman with a kill.
Brinkman has her fourth.
Brinkman showing why she deserves to be on this varsity team. That is going to be her 5th kill of the night.
Zoe Huseman.
Huseman trying to get an ace here. It's going
Free
to be
ball.
tipped over. Weebasek to Goebel. Goebel barely tipped over, making sure everybody's still awake. It's going to spin over the net.
Evenson does not get it. They're going to set it up now.
Save.
Zoe Huseman saves it.
And now they'll go back to Evenson. Evenson will get a kill. Evenson gets it over. And then there's just some miscommunication or just some mishits from the Eagles. Huseman now back to serve once again.
Zoe Huseman.
Blocked by Evenson. Block number 8 of the night.
Once you get those first 6 blocks, it seems like the extras come way too fast. We get a timeout. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Roosevelt High School. Zoe Huseman will be back to serve for the Roosevelt Rough Riders. They are currently trailing by 1 against the Aberdeen Golden Eagles.
And it's going to be up to Evenson. Evenson going to just tip it over.
Fakes out the blockers.
Weebasek to Goebel. Goebel tries to push it over. Saved, though, by Huseman. Free ball, though, given to the Eagles.
They're going
to tip it over. Saved by Bleeker. Almost saved by Huseman.
It's going to be 20 points now.
And there is going to be a ref timeout as they're going to check on Bleeker. I think here in a minute. The ref making sure that Bleeker is okay. Or Huseman, one of the two. Got really quiet again here in the gym.
Sydney Evans was back to serve.
Free ball spike in. Point.
21.
It is now 21-18, a three-point lead here for the Eagles. Rough Riders trying to come back, force the 5th set, and get a win. Serve up. Going to be a point, Eagles.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a timeout soon, perhaps a bit later, because of the Aberdeen Central timeout. Roosevelt let 3 on the answer, though, for the Aberdeen Central.
Evans back to serve once again. We'll see if they can get some points back here. They'll go to Brinkman. Brinkman not going to get a kill. Going to be tipped over, but missed. Point, Rough Riders. And it is going to be Grayson Reese coming in to serve. As we can see now that Avery Goebel hasn't been serving her last couple of times, it has been Grayson Reese. Some of the errors early in the game may have cost Goebel. Reese is going to get it over. Reese looking for her first ace of the night.
Kill. She's going to be a backside.
Bowers.
It's going to be a legal hit.
Point. Eagles. The Eagles need 2 to win.
And it's going to be number 1, Waldo, back to serve. Trying to end this game out with 2 more aces, possibly. It's happened before here at Roosevelt.
Goebel back in for Reese. Goebel back out now for Bleeker. Rough Riders need to play perfect, basically.
We're waiting for Vanderwall.
All the parents annoyed at this point in time.
There's still a game that can possibly be won.
It's going to be saved by Huseman, over by Bleecker.
I mean, we talk about that JV game that went from 0-8 to winning it.
To like 18-16, I think. Evenson now trying to get a kill. Saved by Huseman. Up to Brinkman. Brinkman, it is not going to be tipped. It is going to be point. Eagles, 1 point here. Game match point now for the Eagles. We'll see if they can end here. Rough Riders trying to wait to use their timeout to get points back.
I think if you get a couple more points here, you're going to have to use that timeout just to...
Evenson with the kill.
I mean, you got to think about this. You use the timeout now to recoup your team, or you just try and get a point.
Brinkman back to serve now for the Rough Riders. They need to play perfect, as if they let up 1 point, the Eagles win.
And it's going to be... I'll try to end it, unable
Brinkman
to.
to Bowers. Bleecker over, but it is a free ball. It's going to be out of bounds. Point, Rough Riders.
It's getting closer and closer here, and the set 4.
Rough Riders again still have to play this perfect. No serving in the net, no mental errors.
And that's going to out ace Brinkman.
That is her first ace of the night. Time out, Eagles. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Izzy Brinkman back to serve, trying to catch us out. It's going to be out of bounds. That's going to be your game. Thank you
Aberdeen
all.
Central Golden Eagles win it 3-1. This was the last game of the regular season. So the next game here is going to be the Sodak 16
tournament. It's going to be Roosevelt probably versus Stevens of
in
Rapid
Stevens.
City.
Thank you everybody for listening, and thank you for our seniors here at volleyball, especially Eliza Bauer showing what she can do, and hopefully going to continue to do what she can.
Yeah, we hope to see her do what she can do in the playoffs.
And Hayden Metz for being a manager. Thank you all for listening. We'll be back probably
next
for some
season.
basketball.
Yeah, next season for volleyball and then basketball. Thank you all.